Okay, ladies and gentlemen, it's 6 o'clock. It is 9/20/22, September 2020. We're at the Lower Theater, and there is a Zoom link on the agenda, and you can download that. We have some people from VHB in the state of Vermont here. When we get to them, I would advise anybody that intends to speak, please state your name for the record so we can get it in the minutes. That being said, call the meeting to order. And you need to approve the minutes of the September 6th, 2022.
I move that we approve the minutes of September 6th.
We'll hear a second. Second. Motion made and seconded. Any corrections, additions, omissions, or whatever? I have one.
I have one.
Right on the top, when we approve the minutes of 23rd, they still have the tiers spelling wrong. It's supposed to be with a P, not tier. Tiers, it's peers.
Oh,
Repaired the.
I
peers, not the tiers.
have a correction too, Peter.
Head right up.
I have a correction. I mistakenly stated that the loan committee, revolving loan committee, unanimously approved the loan, the change of the details for the loan to the training center, the Twin Mountains Training Center. That was mistaken. There was one vote against it, so it was not unanimous. And I have apologized to the committee for that mistake.
All right, thank you, Eric. Anyone else? Hearing none, all those in favor of the minutes would say, the motion would to approve the minutes would say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, nay. Motion carried. Additions to the agenda for routine administrative matters and for pressing matters that will require ratification at a future meeting. I have none, Scott.
No, nothing.
Anyone from the board?
No.
Seeing none, moving right along. Public comment on items not on the agenda, 3 minutes per person.
I'd like to speak. I vote there.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, you might be able to.
Yeah, it's easier
Sure,
to
on
catch
the-
you on the
On the house.
owls. That would be great. Thank you.
Hi, everybody. Laurel Green. I'm a resident of Bellows Falls. And Sustainable Rockingham keeps trailing along behind me. It's written into the hazard mitigation plan that Sustainable Rockingham address one of the effects of climate change by increasing our sense of community. So to that end, the old terrace neighborhood up above the school is going to be having a block party next Sunday. And we've put out invitations, and the town is going to allow us to block off Brown Street for a few hours so we can party in the street. And people are really excited. They talk about building a sense of community. Just the invitations going out has already made a difference. So I just wanted you all to know that.
Thank you, Laura. Anyone else? Seeing none, move right along to the manager's reports, huh?
Thank you, Peter. I'm going to hand out copies and if you guys could pass these along. So just wanted to give you an updated snapshot of our debt schedule. I know it's a little early. We're not into budget, but it's just an opportunity for you at least to see what's still outstanding, things that are still potentially dropping off over the next few years, and something to familiarize yourself with as we transition into budget starting later on in the fall into the early winter. So far, we've not added any additional borrowing. You can see that some of our longer term projects, especially our building renovations, are dropping off in the next couple of years, as well as a couple of our large equipment purchases with fire equipment especially is also dropping off in the next couple of years. So with again, some prudent budgeting and maybe some ARPA funds, and we do have some fund balance, I think we can hopefully manage our way forward, try to keep this schedule reducing over the next few years, and at least then have an opportunity, if the board wants to target projects or larger spending, you'll have some ability to go out and borrow and potentially do that as well. So just wanted to bring that to your attention and keep that in mind as we start to look at priorities and projects as we get into our budget process. So we finished finally finished all the paving, so they're done with the chip seal work. So all of the contract work is completed. We're still waiting on our electrical contractor who had come out earlier this summer to look at a ballast replacement project. We've been talking with Elijah and some of the other folks downtown. We have quite a few downtown lights that are out that we want to get repaired before we have the time change and things start to get darker earlier in the afternoon and people start to notice some of the spaces that are not as well lit as we'd like them to be. So like most Vermonters, we're having problems getting contractors to respond in return. So we're hopeful to get that project underway here relatively shortly, try to get that done before the time change, which would be our last sort of major project that we could try to get done before we're into our budget cycle. So those are probably the primary things that are still outstanding for us. We'll have a few grant applications that will be coming your way from some grants that we're working on that we'll see in the next few meetings that are coming to you for approval, for submissions. And then after that, we'll be probably transitioning into the budget process.
Let's move on to the agenda, BDCC update. Is there anyone here from BDCC, or is Gary gonna lead the charge on that one?
Gary, I'm not 100% sure who is going to present for, was it? Were you?
So I think there was a change in schedule. Adam, it turns out this week is away in DC there's a National Economic Development Conference. So they're looking to reschedule.
Okay. So we'll just hold that for
Pass that
now.
one, Gary, pass over.
Yes.
So we'll hold that and move on to the.
All right, let's move on to the big item tonight. Depot Street Bridge update, VHP, and et cetera, et cetera.
So we have a host of folks here. I think Bob's going to introduce some of his folks and some of the folks that have been working on this. And then I think I'm going to turn this over to Kelly, I think, to do control the actual Zoom portion. So if you want to do some introductions, I'll hack away at the.
Yep. Yeah, my name is Bob Kleinfelter. I'm a project manager in the V-Trans structures section. And I have here with me tonight some folks from VHB. They're the design consultant for the project. Scott Burbank is the consultant project manager. Jim Gish is the public outreach consultant. And Ryan Forbes is a project engineer on the project. And then on Zoom, we have Kelly Berry, who's a project engineer, and she's going to go through the presentation. And once it's over, we'll have a time for questions. And any
recording stopped.
We also have Kyle. Kyle's on.
Oh, yes, sorry. Kyle Obenauer from V-Trans Historic Preservation is also on Zoom. Yep.
All right, Kelly, I think you've got it now.
Okay. Let's see here. Okay. Can you guys hear me okay?
Yep.
Yep, hang on a
Yes.
second, let me get out of here. Yep.
That's not what I wanted. Hold on, sorry. Slideshow. We'll do it this way. Okay. So can everyone see the screen now?
No. Had you on there a minute ago. Hang on a second.
Am I sharing my screen? Says I am. Oh, wait.
No. You get it?
How about now? We good?
That's it? Gotcha. Perfect. I'm
Okay,
gonna
great.
stop.
So yeah, definitely stop me if you're having trouble hearing me over Zoom and stuff like that. But I think we should be okay. I've had pretty good connection today. So sorry I can't be there in person, and thanks for working with me to do this remotely. So as Bob introduced the project, we're here to talk about the Depot Street concrete arch bridge and the replacement that we're proposing. Let's see here. Bob's already gone through introductions, but I am one of the project engineers for the project, working with VHB with Scott Burbank, Ryan Forbes, Jim Gish, and also with Bob Kleinfelter at VTrans, and Kyle, sorry for not putting your name on the slide here. A quick overview of what we're going to be talking about today. We've already gone through introductions, so that is all checked off, which is great. I'll give a brief overview of the project, dive into a few specifics, and then we can talk about construction phasing and traffic control, which is obviously everyone's favorite topic. And then we can get into project costs, which is probably everyone's second favorite topic, and then we'll open it up for questions. So, project overview. So this is the project limits. This is the area that we're working with. Their north is to the left. So the island is sort of the top of the screen. Canal Street is the bottom of the screen. And the gist of the project is that we are replacing the concrete arch bridge that currently carries to Depot Street over to the island from Canal Street. We're going to be moving it off alignment, so it's not going to be rebuilt in the same space that it currently occupies. It's going to be moving to the north, upstream along the canal. And so you can see that over to the left. So it's just south of the existing truss bridge. So we will be demoing that existing concrete arch, moving the new one upstream, and then adjacent to where the existing one currently is, there will be a pedestrian bridge. So the new vehicular bridge that we install will not have pedestrian facilities. Pedestrians will cross on the pedestrian bridge, which is a separate bridge near existing. Obviously right now, Canal Street is one way up to that bridge from Rockingham Road to the south. And so we're going to maintain that. And unfortunately, that just means that it's one way a little further, because now it's one way up to the new bridge, which is to the north of Canal Street. The bridge itself will be two-way. So you can enter the island or leave the island from it and continue up Canal Street to the northern portion of Rockingham Road. We'll also be reconfiguring the parking lot on the island side in order to accommodate the new bridge location, moving some parking spaces around, adding some sidewalks and crosswalks where appropriate, and doing some plantings, which I will talk about in a little bit. So that's the overview. Digging into some of the details, Scott, it says someone's trying to enter the waiting room. Should I admit them? Am I controlling this now?
Yeah, it's a public meeting, so absolutely.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay, it looks like they made it in. Okay. I didn't know if that was up to me to control at this point. So, all right. So we're gonna take this project kind of piece by piece. I'm gonna talk about the utilities, then I'm gonna talk about the layout, and then we can talk about parking. So the first thing that's up is utilities. In order to accommodate construction, we will be undergrounding a majority of the utilities in the project area. If we're looking to the north end of the project, which is what this view is looking at, you've got the start of the northern end of Canal Street going down towards our new proposed bridge. We will be starting to underground our utilities where the Bellows Falls Garage building was, where they're putting in the new building. So that is the start of the undergrounding of utilities that will carry down through Canal Street. There is, can you see my mouse if I move my mouse on the screen?
You know, Kelly, the Zoom is blocking most of the photo. If you could slide the Zoom window over to the other side of the screen, or shrink it, or shrink the picture of the island, one of those.
I'm not, it's not full screen.
It is, but you're showing up as a box along the side of the presentation.
If you made the slide smaller than full screen,
Oh, okay. Let me. Is that better?
Yes, except push it to the left.
Push it to the left.
Yeah, you could slide that whole Zoom window.
Really
Like
small.
that?
Yeah. No, just want that.
Yeah, there we
Is
go.
that
All
better?
right. You can go
We're
back to the
good.
presentation.
Okay, I think we disappeared now. We're,
Okay. Is that better? Can you see everything now?
yes,
Yes.
thank you.
Yes. Okay. Sorry about that. So this means I'm gonna kind of face away from the camera, so you're gonna be looking at the side of my face. So sorry about that. So yeah. So as I was saying, we're gonna start undergrounding our utilities at the Bellows Falls Garage, and go south down Canal Street. In order to accommodate these undergrounded utilities, we need to have some pad mounted transformers along Canal Street. So the first one of those is this little gray box that's outlined in red, and it's a little hard to see, but that'll be a pad mounted transformer on the, and then you see these little like kind of green areas sticking out, and that is where we are doing service connections to the buildings along Canal Street. So anywhere that currently has service that we need to maintain service, we'll be doing some service connections. And so there's some impacts to property owners just to make those seamless. On the far side of Depot Street, on the island side, we will also be undergrounding utilities starting in the rail yard. So that's what this little green area is for, to show those undergrounded utilities. Moving on to the layout that we're proposing. As I mentioned earlier, Canal Street is one way up to the new bridge. There'll be a stop condition on Canal Street, and then you can either turn and continue up Canal Street, or you can turn and go onto the islands. We'll be removing and replacing some sidewalk, get that into better condition. And then we will be adding some access points for VRS to maintain their facilities. So there is currently a gate and a chain link fence over here. We're going to replace that. And then we'll also be providing them with a gravel access over to the side of the truss bridge. And finally, parking. Because we're going from a two-way on Canal Street to a one-way, we have some room to add some parking. And so parking right now is, we're moving from preliminary to final design. And so there is a chance that we might end up tweaking the parking layout, and the number of parking spaces may change slightly, plus or minus 1 or 2 in either direction. But for right now, we're showing a net total of 10 new parallel spaces along Canal Street. Which you can't see all of them in this view, but we'll get to the rest of them. This is a typical section of the bridge. So if you're standing on the bridge and slice it down the middle, this is what you'd see. It's a steel girder with a concrete deck and some bridge railing. We're proposing using precast concrete deck panels to help accelerate construction, and also requires less forming. So it's less time that the workers will spend over the canal. It's just a bit of a safety issue, and so we just want to make sure that this is constructed quickly but also safely, and these deck panels are a really good option for doing that. Oops. This is a bit of a rough sketch of what it would look like. It's a little cartoonish, but it gets the point across. You'll have, if you're standing further down the canal looking up at it and the railroad truss, you'll see the girders, the deck, the bridge rail, stone fill along the embankment. And unfortunately, this picture does have there's some concrete or some storage containers from the Bellows Falls Garage project that's going on right now. So, hopefully those aren't there when we start this project. They certainly won't be there when we're done with this project, but we couldn't quite Photoshop those up, so those are still in there. But this gives you a kind of a general idea of what it'll look like when we're done. Moving further south along Canal Street, again, starting with utilities, you can see there's several service connections to connect the buildings. There is 2 electrical vaults that are shown for this part of Canal Street. So there's one just north of the existing bridge, and then another one north of the pump station, which is across from that brick apartment building. There will be aerial lines that start just north of the apartment building on the kind of island side of Canal Street, the further side of Canal Street. So that's where everything kind of pops back up above ground and continues aerially down to Rockingham Road. For the layout, we're proposing putting in some pause places, just a nice place to kind of hang out and take in the scenery. So that would be where the existing bridge is once we're done with it. We've also got our pedestrian bridge right here that's going across the canal so people can get back and forth. And then for sidewalks, we're going to, remove and replace the existing sidewalks that are out there and then add in some new ones to kind of connect the two where we're removing the bridge and then putting in a crosswalk so people can cross safely. Again, continuing on with the parking, there will be a loss of an existing parking space where the pedestrian bridge is going adjacent to the existing bridge. But as I mentioned earlier, there's a net gain of 10 parking spots. So you're losing 1, you're gaining 11. So you have a net total of 10. This is, again, a typical section. This is of the pedestrian bridge. So the pedestrian bridge is a prefabricated truss. So it comes basically built and they plop it in place. These vertical members are the truss cords or the trusses. It'll have a concrete deck, some safety railing to keep people inside. And then we will be relocating the water and the sewer lines underneath that ped bridge. So they'll be hanging underneath it. Right now, those water and sewer lines are buried in the existing arch bridge. So they'll get moved over onto this new bridge, which will allow us to demo the old bridge and maintain water and sewer connections. Again, a little cartoony, but this is a visual of what it'll look like. You'll have your pause places at both abutments of the existing bridge. The new ped bridge set just behind it. It'll have this nice kind of arch shape to it. And then it'll have the water and sewer line underneath. And then we tried to kind of recreate what it'll look like with the utilities underground. So there'll still be a few above ground, especially as you move further south, but we're going to clean up a lot of the utilities that are shown right here in the existing conditions. Moving on to the final kind of area of the project, which is the parking lot on the island side. As I mentioned, Depot Street is getting realigned. So if you're on Depot Street, you cross the bridge, you'll have your gravel access to VRS. If you were to continue on, you would hit a stop bar, you would hopefully stop. And if you want to continue around the island, you would turn left and carry on your merry little way. If you're still hunting for a parking spot and you don't want to go into these parallel spots, I don't blame you. You can keep going straight through and you'll loop around. So we're maintaining that loop. The parking lot will stay 2 lanes either direction. So you could also turn right into the parking lot over here. Utilities will also be undergrounded through this area. So there are a couple existing poles along here that'll get buried. We'll have another transformer right here along the canal. And then they'll continue underground to that spot I showed earlier for VRS. This is the abutment for the existing bridge. So this would be that other pause place on the island side. So you can look across it both directions, where the pedestrian bridge lands in front of the wayfinding center. And then just connecting all of it with some nice sidewalks, crosswalks, and all of that fun stuff that makes it a very walkable, nice place to be. For parking, There are 79 existing parking spaces on the island side within the project area. So there's more within the parking area, just 79 that fall within our project limits. Of those 79, with the new layout, we're going to retain 65 within the project limits. But because we're adding 10 on the other side, the net parking loss for the entire project limits is 4. So you're losing a few more on the island side, but you're making up for it on the Canal Street side. And it's right in the middle of that pedestrian bridge. So there's still a really good connection between the two. So that's an overview of the project, kind of holistically. Once we're done, this is what it's going to look like. A few more details that we wanted to kind of talk through is a planting plan. Because we're reconfiguring that parking spot, there's a few bump outs that have some trees in them and stuff. We're going to try to retain as many as we can, but we certainly can't retain all of them. So we do have this planting plan, which, you know, we anticipate replanting a bunch of those trees and, you know, making it a nice place to be. There's some cross hatching here, which is a little hard to tell the difference between the painting for some of the parking areas, but this hatched area and this hatched area are where we're anticipating putting some gravel wetlands for drainage and to kind of deal with some stormwater. Another thing that we are aware of and we'll be working with the town to kind of handle is the Bicentennial Committee's time capsule. So we are aware that this is very close to the project. We're going to work to kind of mitigate that as much as possible. We may need to kind of take it out during construction, but we'll make sure that we put it back and keep it nice and safe so that it can be opened in 2076. And then finally, street lighting. There is some existing lighting. We do have a lighting plan that will be part of this project to either, you know, replace what's out there that is inside our project limits, and add some lighting where necessary. We're going to try to mimic these existing black ornamental lights to the best of our ability. So this would be the look that we are going for with anything that we include in the project. All right, so that's some details. And now let's talk about construction and traffic control. The anticipated construction sequence starts construction in 2025. And I'll get into in the next few slides what we're anticipating for traffic control and what it'll look like. But the overall schedule is undergrounding utilities in 2025, getting them out of the way so the contractor can go in and do their work without a bunch of utilities in the way. So they're going to come back 2026 and start constructing the new vehicular bridge. We can't take out the old bridge till we have a new bridge, so we'll put that in next. At the end of 2026 and into 2027, we anticipate them starting work on the pedestrian bridge, getting utilities onto that new ped bridge, which then clears us to finish working on the parking lot and reconnecting Depot Street, getting that all configured, and then we can go in and demo the existing bridge. So that's sort of the last step. And for that step, water will not be flowing through the canal. There will still be water in the canal, but they'll stop generating power downstream, shut the generators down, and basically just give us a bathtub. That way we can have divers in the water, and any debris that may fall in can be removed, and we don't have to worry about it floating downstream and potentially getting bound up in the generators and the turbines. So traffic control. So the next couple slides I have, the legends are the same. So blue, this teal color, means everything's open, traffic is free flowing, you can come and go. This fuchsia kind of pink color means it will be open to residents only. Yellow means it'll be open for deliveries only. This orange color indicates temporary traffic control, which may be flaggers, alternating one-way traffic. Expect if you're driving through this orange area to run into someone holding a pole that says, slow or stop. and then red means closed. That is where the contractor is going to be doing their work. And so it'll be closed for people moving in and about. So for phase one, utility relocation, there are a lot of utilities on Canal Street that need to go underground. They're crossing the street, they're running along the street. So most of Canal Street within our project limits will have some sort of traffic control at various points. Not the whole length all at the same time, but just, you know, as they move, so will that traffic control. Depot Street, once you get onto the bridge, Depot Street will be open. The parking lot will be mostly open, but there are some other utilities being undergrounded over here. So those areas will be closed to allow them to do their work. Phase two, so now all our utilities are in, we're building our new bridge. And what that means is we will probably have a crane or some sort of like equipment down at this corner. So Canal Street is no longer open to traffic flowing through. So it will be open to Depot Street, to the existing bridge. So one-way traffic can come down Canal Street, turn onto Depot Street. Canal Street will be open to residents only. So if you're down on this end, you would enter the southern portion of Canal Street. If you're north of the project area, you would enter Canal Street to the north. The parking lot is open as well. Depot Street, the realigned Depot Street and the parking lot area would be closed. And then there would be some sort of traffic control just before you get to the railroad crossing. So that's phase two. Phase three, so this is where we're installing a pedestrian bridge and then removing the existing bridge. This is where the south end of Canal Street becomes delivery only. The northern section of Canal Street becomes resident only, in and out. There is some room, there'll be some room to get around, but it will have a couple pinch points that would, you know, we don't want a bunch of traffic getting in here, and there's no reason to because you can't connect. So anyone coming down Canal Street would go across Depot Street and circle around the island. And then there would be some impacts to the parking lot. So this blue area of the parking lot would be done at this point. So now we're rebuilding this red part and taking out the existing bridge. So those are the three phases of construction. That's what to expect for some traffic control. And finally, financials. So right now, we're anticipating project engineering, including design, of just over $1.6 million. The town share of that is 10%, so roughly $165,000. Estimated right-of-way costs, which includes plan development, property owner meetings, negotiations, easements, all that stuff, is estimated to be about 1.5 million. Town share of that is 10% as well, so 150,000. Construction costs, including construction engineering, this is just north of $11.5 million, so 11.6. The town share of that is 0. So that is being covered by V-Trans and Federal Highway. And then finally, contaminated soil. There are some contaminated soils that we found on site when we did our geotechnical exploration. We're estimating that to be about $370,000 to remove and dispose of that. And that is 100% on the town. This brings the project cost to just north of $15 million, but the town share of that is about $685,000. All right. So with that, I will stop talking for a little while and open it up to questions. You've got Bob, Scott, me, Brian, Jim, you get a bunch of us. So happy to go back to any slides that people want to look at, whatever you guys want.
Okay, questions from the board to begin with.
I have a question.
Go ahead.
Kelly, Rick Cowan here, select board member. What is the right of way cost? Can you be more specific about what that includes or what that accomplishes for us?
Sure. Scott, do you want to take that, or do you want me to?
I can speak to that a little bit. Can you hear me? Can you hear me okay? I don't know. It sounded like
Yes.
you couldn't hear me back there. So the 1.5 million, the bulk of that is made up of loss of generating costs for Great River Hydro, and that's a conservative estimate. I think we really haven't nailed down the amount of time that we need to shut down the canal or demolition, and it really as we advance through the project over the next year, we should be able to really hone in on that a little bit more. So I think that number is on the conservative side, but the bulk of that is if we have to shut down the dam generation for, a couple months, that is basically their cost, their lost revenue that we have to compensate them for in order for them to agree to shut it down. Does that answer your question as far as right away?
Yeah, so the demolition will take that long.
I'm sorry, it cut out there.
Sorry, the demolition will take a full 2 months. I know that you designed the bridge and particularly the pedestrian bridge, so it could be lowered by a crane in one piece. So I'm wondering why it will take so much time for the demo.
Yeah, unfortunately, Kelly, I don't know if you have any of those historic photos that you have readily available that maybe you could pull up. The challenge is, and you'll see it if Kelly can get her hands on one of them, that the majority of this arch is underwater. And normally, if we were trying to demo something underwater, we'd drive sheet piles and build a cofferdam and dewater it. However, we can't do that here due to the canal being lined. So there's a lot of that bridge underwater. I mean, I don't know, what is there, about 6 feet under it currently?
Yeah, the water level is much lower when this picture was taken than it is now. I mean, you can just see from the slopes. So right now the water level's like here.
Yeah. So trying to get that out down to the footing is something. Now that we finished up preliminary design, now we're moving into final design. So this is something that we are going to be focusing on, and obviously we'll do everything we can to limit how long the dam needs to be out of service. But I think just sort of a general overview, we had thought that the contractor would bring in a barge, and they would put it under the existing arch, and they'd saw cut it into pieces and lift pieces of the arch out. But then you get into the part that's underwater, that sort of part of the arch that's still attached to the footing, and how to demo that. And that's really a tricky thing, and we can't leave rubble in this canal that's going to get sucked into the turbines, and that would get real expensive quick. So that we have that as it is a big risk to this project, and it's something we have actually a contractor that works as a constructability expert on board through VHB to help us, come up with sort of a concept for this, just to make sure we do allow enough time. But when we put the contract out, the contractor will be constrained to some period of time for how long the dam can be shut down, just to try to control those costs. But
Okay,
right now,
thank you. Great River Hydro has a new management plan that will be coming into effect that will affect the water levels pretty dramatically. Have you guys spoken with them about that? The FERC relicensing process is underway, and they're going to take a whole new approach to managing the river levels. So there could be some new information there for you.
yeah, and we have met with them and plan to. I think we just learned earlier this week that they may have some plans to do some maintenance. So any opportunity we can work with them to either coordinate this with their work, or any way to reduce those costs. I think the estimate of $1.5 million was, I feel like, is sort of hopefully a worst case scenario, and we hope to bring that number down considerably. And ideally, we could, if they are going to dewater the canal, that would make demolition much easier and faster. So hoping
I can't remember if the 1.5 million included the scarcity event.
Yeah, that was the other thing with ISO New England can call them up and say, we need you to generate additional power. And if they're not able to do that, the fines for that are very significant. So that is, I believe, also accounted for in that number. I don't know, Kelly, if you remember off the top of your head what that number was. It was like $30,000.
Yeah, it's by the hour, and I think we assumed like 4 hours of outage or something. But it's substantial.
It sounded like even if they know in advance that we'll be down, that would maybe something we can work through, but you know, just to try to
Okay, well, thank you for that. Now, Matthew Cole from Great River, I see his hand up. He's a Great River Hydro guy. Maybe he can shed some light on this.
Shed some light, perhaps. There is some work that we need to do in the canal there, and I'm hoping that we can coordinate over the course of the project. You know, if there's a possibility that, you know, to get the arch out, we can unwater and do some repairs. That's a possibility, but let's get together and talk. But I wondered over the course of 3 years of a project, how much unwatered of the canal do you need over 3 years?
Yeah, I think we had assumed that it would not be able to be dewatered. So for building the new bridge, we don't need it dewatered at all. So those foundations will be on driven steel H-piles outside of the canal limits, and that'll all be done in the dry. It's getting this out of here, and if it was dewatered, that bridge could be demolished, I would think, in in days. So versus trying to do it somehow underwater without making a mess of both concrete, debris. That's the tough part, trying to contain that. So we definitely look forward to working with you guys further on this. And hopefully help away for the way that
the other concern was how far we're going to go down and take that foundation out if it's going to compromise the integrity of the canal walls. So
yeah, Kelly,
there may be some way to work out some sort of thing if that lower foundation is integral to the canal system itself, then perhaps it can stay.
It is staying.
Yeah, that was our plan, to leave where the arch, the radius of the arch stops, basically cast a vertical wall within that. And Kelly, was the plan to do that before demo, just since that the bridge would sort of act as
I
the
think
top.
the plan was to build the new wall kind of behind the existing, to use the existing as our, dewatering containment, build the new wall behind it. And then when we go to demo it, I think that's when you do like your finishing to kind of connect them all together and make it look, it doesn't have to look super nice because it's going to be underwater, but just sort of clean the whole area up and make sure that it's not going to go anywhere. But Scott Burbank, I don't know if you have anything to add on that one. That's my understanding.
Yeah, no, you're right. So the idea is that the ends of the canal are open and there's earth there right now, right? So the canal, the previous picture, you saw the concrete come up from the foundation and it comes around, and that's what keeps the water from flooding into Canal Street. When you go to take that out, you need to build something in its place to keep that water. So the idea is we're going to go in that when we're demoing this, we basically put a crane on one side of the bridge and a crane on the other, put a barge underneath it, and then we're going to saw cut it longitudinally and then try to pick out those pieces, because a truss is dependent on all its parts, right? So you have that what we call the keystone and the stone arch. Same thing, you cut out the middle, it's going to fall. So the idea is to take it out as one longitudinal strip, but many longitudinal strips in the transverse direction, so left to right as you're looking towards the railroad tracks. And then, but in order to do that, we have to build a retaining wall behind it to keep that water from coming into Canal Street. And so the goal is to try and leave that abutment. We have another picture when they were constructing it, and you can see there's concrete and then these larger stones in there. So we've got borings. We did borings on purpose to sort of see what we go through. And basically it's this big piece of stone, 6 inches of concrete, and another piece of stone. So we're going to try to, there is some talk, like when we're doing the utilities, yeah, that's the picture, to try and do a test pit and just really see what's down there. Because so far we've drilled a I don't know, auger 8-inch hole down and done that. And then we have these pictures, and that's what we got for information because everything's underwater. We also we basically used a remote control boat and did side scan sonar. So we know where the vertical surface of that is, and we know where we can see the canal come up, or the canal, we can see the arch coming out of the canal. So we know where that information is. So with those three things, we're going to try and figure out how to do it. But you can see this is open. So on the left, that's the side. So if you just demoed it, the water would come into the soil and presumably wash it away. So we're going to build a retaining wall. And then the thought is we cut the canal or the concrete arch above the footing. And then the wing walls, we would cut those at approximately the water line. And that's just because they're all what we call E-flow. They've got the white concrete, calcium is leaching through. So we just want it to look nice. That's it. And plus we don't want them to fail in the future. So that's the plan at this point, but we've got to do our homework and really dig into all three entities of information we have and, figure that out. So.
Yeah, and if there's an opportunity to coordinate the dewatering with Great River Hydro, that'll significantly reduce both the right-of-way costs for the generation piece and the cost of demo. So we hope to get those numbers down, and we'll definitely be continuing to coordinate with Great River, and good to hear that there's some plans to do some maintenance. So
Great.
If they dewater to a certain point to do the maintenance on it, they want to do the tank, is that going to affect their ability to produce power? And if so,
Absolutely, absolutely. If there's no canal water, then there's no generation.
we at risk there for taking the penalty situation because you're dewatering to do some of your work? Or is that
And that would be our cost. But in order to coordinate it, we need to coordinate it with you guys to help out on this project.
Okay, just a question.
yeah, I think, and again, this is going to be our focus over the next couple of years to really, now that we're in the final design and start moving into the right-of-way phase to really, work through this and can give you a better estimate on it.
You mentioned you're gonna put a barge in there. Are they gonna lower the height of the water so you can get a barge under the bridge?
We had thought that they just lift in some, so they're like flexi flow barges, so they're modular. So it wouldn't be like a massive,
No, but I'm just trying to, the height wise.
Yeah, we've sort of assumed that so far that we weren't really gonna have much control over water elevation. But if there's an opportunity to do that, we're
Maybe.
Yeah, I mean, our understanding is that you're at 288.6 is your low and 291.6 is your high, right? For the level of the permit, yeah. Rear part, yeah. So that's what we got. Like today I went out there, not that I hang out here all the time looking at this bridge, but it's the lowest I've seen it before. So obviously 3 feet varies significantly, so.
Well, if there's going to be an outage where there's no generation, then we can lower the elevation to help with that.
You wouldn't have to still keep it up because we did talk to Jeff Blaney, who explained that basically you have to keep it at a certain height under your current permit for recreation upstream.
That's correct.
Right.
But depending on time of year, there's options.
It's good to know.
Yeah.
Can we go back to the money section here? This is, I'm the money man here on that board. I kind of get nervous when I see numbers. It's the town share being $685,000 here. Can someone expound on that? There's something about federal money being involved here.
Yeah, so as far as the construction costs go, this project was selected as part of the new Federal Infrastructure Act, IIJA, where there's was 100% federal funds for off-system bridges, and this project was selected for that. So that's why normally the town, or before this project was selected, the town had a 10% share. So you would see, 1.17 million for construction costs, town share there if that hadn't happened. So that's a big advantage. The 11.6 million has 20% construction engineering costs built into it, and then also a 5% contingency. So our current construction cost estimate is in the 9 million range, but you know, that also includes the oversight, construction oversight of the project, and then also 5% for a contingency. Being at preliminary plans, it's not exact. The estimated contaminated soil cost, that is based on numbers that were presented to the select board last year. So we haven't had a chance to refine that yet. VHB did a fair amount of soil sampling out there. And once we get into the final design phase and really quantify this and figure out the soil management plan, we'll be able to come up with a better idea there. And I'd like to tell you, I hope that number's on the conservative side as well, but we haven't really dove into that yet. And it's really just a rough
where
estimate.
is the environmental concern currently? Is it in the park area?
Both sides, right?
Both
Scott?
sides.
Yeah. Canal Street and on the
Yes.
island. Yeah.
Because as far as I know, on the Canal Street side, where the current bridge is now, that's gonna be demolished, that has been pretty much cleaned out. When this woman bought the property down there, she was forced to spend $500,000 to clean that area up, so I don't understand why.
Is it up further up Canal Street?
I think it's just in the soil. So it's arsenic. And I'm not gonna say it right, so I won't say it, but basically when we burn anything, it goes into the air and then it falls back down as particulate and gets mixed in with your soil. And I don't really know if there's lead. I don't think so.
But it's all along Canal Street.
Right, so
Like
it's basically the other side was obviously had trains, and trains burn coal, and the coal, it went in the air and then it fell back down on everything. And so that creates, so you have exceedances, but they're very minor. So my understanding is that everything we'd be digging up is in the top 2 to 3 feet. So after that, it gets clean because, it came from the sky down, so it doesn't go that deep. And it can go, most of it can go to the landfill as daily cover. There is some of it that exceeds because there's a residential and then there's a non-residential standard. And depending on what that is, it determines where it goes. So there is some that has to be actually put in the landfill because of its contamination level. But the majority of the soil, just when they're doing their daily cover over the garbage they put in the landfill, they can just dump it and put that over it and use that.
So in the park area, that is state owned. Town does not own that. They lease that for $1 a year. So I guess my question would be, that being the case, if the state owns that, why is the town responsible for the environmental, which was on state property?
Yeah, and
It's not our problem.
I don't have a good answer for you on that right now. And when we get into the right of way phase and figure out how that property arrangement all works out, we'll be able to sort that out. It is a little bit of a unique situation where you have state property in the middle of a town highway bridge project. Usually we don't encounter that. So this isn't something that has come up recently. So I don't have a good example of how that's played out, but we're going to work through the right of way phase and we'll be able to give you an answer. I understand your point that it is state land. I think, I guess the question is, since it's a town project that is the reason for getting into the soils, I don't know if that's the reason why the cost would be.
Because the other issue that comes up is this contamination from all the railroad ties that were creosote coated that were stashed in that whole area.
Yeah. We'll definitely, unfortunately.
Mitigating factors, I guess I'm trying to make a point that,
Right. And I think, that is something that we need to look into and certainly we'll get you answers on. I can't give you a good answer on it right now, just because we're just starting, we're going to be starting the right of way process and getting into our soil management plan. We'll really be able to figure out exactly what needs to happen. And we will sort out, how that relationship works between
so
the state property.
the final bottom line here for the town is the 684,000 the town is going to be responsible for, or can somebody clear that up?
That's our current estimate of the town share.
That's going to have to be a bond issue at this point, I'm going to guess. We don't have that. I don't have that in my wallet. I know about the rest of the town's coffers, but I don't think there's that much money in there either. So that's going to cough up somewhere.
Yeah, and I know this project has morphed a little bit over the years, and the town did have a share in construction up until a few months ago, so I don't know exactly what the number of the town share was on the previous sort of iterations of this project, but I would tend to believe it would be higher.
If I remember right, yeah.
Yeah, it's up there. And again, I think if we are able to get those right-of-way costs down, and if the contaminated soil number comes down, I mean, that's, especially the contaminated soil number being 100%, I mean, that's half of it, right? More than half of it. So,
So potentially that could even increase if we end up with the fine situation with the ISO.
well, some of that was accounted for in that 1.5 million, assuming that would take place. Hopefully we can avoid that, and we're gonna do everything we can. And potentially even work with ISO. I mean, I don't know, again, that may have to go through, it's not something we typically do, but it's something we will likely attempt to coordinate with them and see if we can.
There's a lot of moving parts here. Is anyone else on board got any questions? I'd like to find out some stuff.
Yeah, I've got a few things. Mostly just a few fine points on design and couple of construction things. They're really fine points, but just going through all of the designs that answered 90% of my questions. The conduits for the street lighting, is that going to be owned by the town or by Green Mountain Power? Do you know?
I think it would be owned by the town, because you're leasing the island side, those concrete, right? Those concrete poles are leased from the town, or from GMP to the town, I believe. And I thought the ones on Canal Street were not leased. So I thought the ornamental ones were not leased, but the concrete spun poles, which are currently in the island side parking lot, were leased. And I only know that because we've been obviously talking with GMP about undergrounding their utility system. So if we replaced all those and it's part of construction, I'm assuming you would own them. Do you have any, I mean,
I can't say for sure. I would assume, I don't know where the meter would be located, but I think generally, from the meter is, that's where Green Mountain Power's ownership stops. I can't say that, it's we would have to verify with our utility section. I can get you an answer on that.
Yeah, I just wondering if there's going to be just some change from the way it is now. Looking at the plan for the aerial and underground lines, it looks like there will be a pole on Canal Street near the Exner block. It'll have some of the lines going off to the businesses on that end of Canal Street.
yeah, so unfortunately, I don't know where the Exeter block is, but is it the yellow apartment building that's?
Yeah, it's the apartment building, I think.
Yeah, right where the mouse is at.
Yes, so right there, what happens is they're gonna put in a new pole, and that pole is gonna go, I guess, south on Canal Street. It's not guess, it is south on Canal Street. And then, if you're going, let's say we're headed on Canal Street, we're going the wrong direction on the one-way road, so we're headed back up to here. There's a fence, right? The building ends and there's a fence with a green space in it. In that area, they're gonna put another pole, yeah, right there, literally where that piece of concrete is, I think. They're gonna put a pole in there. So the new pole they're gonna put by the pump station, and they're doing that to go around that yellow apartment building house, because they have to bring it out here to make the angle, and then they're gonna hit there, and then from there, they're gonna go up to the building that you can see right now, the existing aerial is going to. So that is the plan for aerial from that location.
Yeah, so I think there's 6 buildings there that are connected to that pole we can see right there currently. On
Yeah,
the
so
aerial lines, so there'd just be a new pole.
Yeah, so that pole
there.
goes away and they put another one further towards the building, but out more. And then where it goes aerial now, it stays aerial. So the buildings that are closest to the new utility pole all have aerial, telecom and electric.
Right. Yeah, thanks. And on this side, on the Canal Street side of the pedestrian bridge, There's currently a stone retaining wall to the south of the current bridge. It says in the plans that will be remaining.
Yep.
There is a spot there where it's bulged a little bit, I think because of that drain inlet. I think there are some problems with water intrusion. Do we know that stone wall is going to remain stable in the future?
No, but we hope so.
Yeah, I would think, I mean, we were anticipating some of it would have to be,
Remove and reset.
Yeah, and we have a specification for that where it has to be a qualified mason that,
Mhm.
can
Okay.
reassemble it. So, yeah, hopefully there wouldn't be too much vibration. Well, is it, where was the spot in relation to?
So yeah, it's just, just straight ahead right there, that along the whole bank, that's all
Right,
a set stone wall.
yeah,
So we will have to do something because there'll be a abutment in where your sidewalk is now that's supporting your head bridge.
right.
So
Which would
yes,
be-
we will have to excavate behind it. And then the other thing is that retaining wall that's blocking off the end of the canal, it's gonna go behind that existing wing. And I have to figure out somehow how to tie into, right? Because right now that current existing retaining wall is poured in with the stone. So we're gonna have to, anyways, we're gonna have to dig behind it and we're gonna have to disassemble it and put it back together, but not all of it, like,
Yeah, and if it does seem like a stability issue, they may just have to disassemble more of it, so it doesn't.
But we will be fixing the problem, but so.
potentially, I mean, I guess the answer there is, Ryan, make a note about under drain and stone wall, please. We can look at that, because it won't be hard to daylight it, that's for sure.
Mhm. And I am pleased that the pedestrian bridge design is a bowstring truss, which was something I was going to suggest because that really mimics the arched appearance of the existing concrete bridge, and it also looks a lot like the steel truss that was actually there at one time. Mhm. Yeah. And the other question is, what finish is that pedestrian bridge going to be?
So it could be either galvanized or it could be a 3-coat paint system in any color that the town desired. We don't do both though, so it wouldn't be galvanized and then painted over. I think durability wise, galvanizing would be our recommendation. But it's going to be silver gray,
What
so
about weathering and steel?
weathering steel, we don't have the clearance above the water. What is it, 10 feet, right?
10 feet.
And then also with salt, application of salt where it can leak down onto the floor beams. Montpelier actually had a bad experience with that they have a large pedestrian bridge over the Winooski River, and it was only about 10 years old, I think, and they had to go in and replace the whole, because they salted it heavily. So I think weathering steel would probably not be a good application here.
Yeah, we wouldn't let you, not that we're mean, but no.
Yeah,
We won't let you do it because-
primarily because the clearance over the water, it just,
Right.
weathering steel needs to be able to dry out to build up a patina on it, so. And the new steel on the new bridge will be metallized, right?
Yeah.
It's, the girders are too long to dip them, hot dip galvanized, so metallizing is a spray on zinc coating. So that also doesn't have the clearance, so those will be metallized.
And the reason we recommend galvanizing is because galvanizing is a very long lasting, like it gives you a long lifespan. If you go with a 3-coat system, you could potentially have to repaint that bridge in 25 years, right? So, and luckily there's no lead. I mean, that's what the state faces now is they have to contain all that lead. It just gets, millions of dollars. It won't be millions of dollars, but still, you're not, I mean, maybe you're gonna pick it up and set it down in a parking lot and paint it all and then set it back, but it's just expensive. So that's why we like the galvanizing, because it's gonna give you that 75-year lifespan.
But that will be the town's.
But that
decision,
is
so whether
your decision.
Was there proposed lighting on the pedestrian bridge? I didn't see it in.
There isn't, but yeah, we recognize we need it.
Okay.
So there will be some sort of lighting on the pedestrian bridge.
It would be at the ends though, right? Like not along it. or?
I don't know. I think we've talked about, I mean, it's not hard. I mean, it's hollow, right? It's hollow steel section. It's not hard to put along
It
it,
might
but
be interesting to do something a little more decorative or ornamental, since it's kind of an interesting piece.
Yeah, in the plans, it looks like you have lights near either end, but I think that it would be really nice to have something on the bridge. And also, I think that we just want to incorporate electrical outlets on the bridge. And if we were able to get a water connection near the bridge, that would be a real asset for.
you mean like a yard
landscape.
hydrant? Because the water and sewer lines are going underneath it, I guess,
Mhm.
but you're talking about a yard hydrant, right?
Yeah.
Would one exist at the pump station currently, or? I wonder
Not
if-
that's accessible.
No, okay.
Yeah.
So what are you thinking, like for flowers?
Mhm.
Well,
Yeah.
So that's the other thing we're looking into is I believe someone here has been to the, is it Flowers, Bridge of Flowers and Light in
Been talked about a few
Shelburne,
times.
Mass, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mhm.
And so we talked about, there are ways to put, it's 8 feet wide, ADA requires 5 feet, so you've got some extra room. You could hang them on the outside, you could hang them on the inside. We just gotta think about if, you could put planters down, but then I can pick the planter up at midnight and chuck it in the canal, so we don't like that. That's not a suggestion for everyone out there on TV to do that, that's bad behavior. They're not doing it, Scott.
That's a no.
That's a no, don't do what I do, I'm a very troubled youth, but, so we just gotta think about how we're gonna do it, so it's safe for everyone, but, and so we have thought about that, so, V-Trans has a landscape architect, VHB has a landscape architect. We're doing lighting and the pause places, and we're coordinating with Bonnie, who's doing the planting, so together we will figure it out, but as Bob mentioned, we need to figure out constructability in terms of what we're doing with the demo of the bridge, and the other thing is lighting is the next thing I want to tackle, because we're gonna come up with a lighting plan, and then we're gonna send it to Scott, and Scott's going to distribute it, and you guys, here's the light we're buying, and right, you gotta check off on it, because you maintain the lights presumably in the future.
And that'll be a lighting plan all on Canal Street and the island as
Right.
well, the project limits for, some lights are gonna have to go that are in our way, so.
Right, because all the
That
utility
will be-
poles on Canal have overhead like Cobra heads, and they're going away, so our plan now is to put the lights on the residential side behind the sidewalk. But we gotta figure that out, and I believe you have a certain lighting set, maybe you don't, but whatever, we'll figure out, we'll work with you in
We have
terms
a
of, the
preferred
foot
standard
candles
for
and
the
all.
Downtown, yeah, that we want to work with.
Yeah, so we will develop that, develop a lighting plan with those contours and send that to you.
Okay.
And we did get a letter, I think from Kyle with Historic Preservation that was sent to our town Historic Preservation Commission, and it just was asking our preference on the railings for the auto bridge between 3-rail box beam or a concrete and steel rail hybrid. Preference of the historical commission was the concrete and steel rail hybrid. I did come up with just a conceptual sketch of an idea of what that could look like. I can show people.
Yeah, we'd definitely be interested in seeing that. We have we're required to use crash tested bridge rail system. So we have a V-Trans standard that's a concrete steel tubing combination. And you can do aesthetic treatments to it with recessing, putting recesses in the concrete, either on the traffic side or the exterior side. So that would be, my preference would be to go that route, but I know Kyle can work with the historic preservation and, we definitely want to work with you guys on it, but our preference is to go with the crash tested rail system. There are other bridge rails out there that are not crash tested, but we have one that's been used widely around the state in these sort of environments. So from my standpoint, that would be my preference, just from a safety aspect, while also, meeting the aesthetic needs.
The example that he had showed us was the bridge in Saxon's River over the falls.
Yeah, unfortunately, that one is not our system that would prefer to use. It's not our crash tested system, but again, we can work with you guys on that, and you know, hopefully the one that we have works. And like I said, we can do a little more to it with the aesthetic treatments, and you know, potentially powder coat the railing black if that's desired. We've done that a lot of times. The steel powder coating it black, so you don't have the galvanized look. But certainly we'll work with Kyle, and he's coordinating with the historic commission on that. But that is, now that we're moving into final design, something we do want to nail down.
Great, thank you. Yeah, I just want to say it's going through plans, I really appreciate all the attention to detail. You know, this is only a 80% design, but you know, just it's beautiful to look at, and it's going to be stunning.
Kelly, could you show the pause places again? I think that was one of the things that I wanted the board to understand. And we are losing one current sort of sitting area for one of the transformers, but we're adding the 2 additional. So I just want to make sure everybody understood that.
Is this overall layout good?
That's
Or-
good.
Yeah. Okay.
Right. Yeah, right where you are. That's the pause place today, and that's going to become a transformer pad.
Right.
So that's the one Scott was talking about. But then we have 2 new ones where the existing structure was. And we don't know what we're doing, but some sort of hardscape, interpretive signs. Right. I think you talked about that, right, Scott?
Yeah,
some
I think
plans
that's
for
something
those?
that we were hoping to maybe even talk a little bit before you're at your final design, just to get a sense of, you know, how large the space might be, and if there's other aesthetic things the board might want to see there. That's the opportunity, obviously, to try to get that done. So you'll have one on either side of the canal, right? We'll have
Correct.
either abutment.
Yeah.
Will be one of these spots.
Yeah, and we intend to coordinate with the town both on that and the planting plan as well. What Kelly had shown for the you know, sort of just a conceptual tree layout, but once Bonnie Donahue, who works for V-Trans, she's our landscape architect, gets into a little more and identifies species for that, and it sort of comes up with a final layout. We'll definitely, you know, look to coordinate with the town more and get your input. So it's not that we come back and say, here's what we did. So yeah, there'll be more to come on that as we get into it.
The pedestrian bridge is 8 feet wide, as you said. Is there any plan, because inevitably in this town, some idiot is gonna try and drive a vehicle across that 8-foot pedestrian bridge, I guarantee you.
Yeah.
It's out of sight, it's out of mind, and there's gonna be, you got a lot of these 500 milers that do the 500 circle around Bell's Falls, and then
Yeah.
there's been like some idiot who's gonna try and drive across it. There's gonna be like bollards or something that's gonna.
Yeah, have we planned? I mean, I think
We hadn't, but we can.
I mean, I just,
Yeah.
I don't know how we're gonna plow that with the sidewalk plow, or is there, was there a plan to the?
You can do removable bollards. I've seen those.
Yeah.
I mean, I just thinking, because
So you can
you don't
stick them
know
up during the
exactly
nice
what
weather
traffic-
and the
yeah,
winter weather.
the
you
way
just take
people
them down, so
do
you plow
things.
right through. So,
no, it's great.
they can roll a car over in front of the library, they sure as heck gonna try to go across that bridge.
Yeah, we can definitely incorporate those. I think that's.
Okay, are there any more questions on the board? And we'll go to the audience. You guys can fight over who wants to go first.
I just got a quick question. Back in the very beginning, I thought that is it Kelly mentioned that on the new bridge, vehicle bridge, there's no sidewalk.
There's 4 foot wide shoulders, so that there will not be a raised sidewalk. But it will be a 4 foot wide shoulder on both sides. So 11 is it 11 foot? Yeah.
Yeah, 11-foot lane, 4-foot
Yeah.
shoulder.
So, you know, I think,
4 on each side,
yes.
Yes,
because you know people are gonna walk across that.
yes.
Yeah, it's, I believe that went into the decision of when the board selected the pedestrian bridge option. It was sort of one or the other.
It's listed as an option in there in the old plans, as far as just.
Yeah, so that was, I mean, I don't know if,
But I guess when you answer my question, there is gonna be space to walk.
yeah,
Yeah, so 4 foot's a good shoulder. You can bike, I mean, it's nice. You can bike on it, you can walk on it.
Yeah, okay.
You're safe.
Wanted to clarify
Speed is
whether-
gonna be, I don't know, does the village have a 25? I mean, really 25. Yeah, so.
Yeah, an 11-foot travel lane is also pretty wide
Pretty wide.
for, you know, a town highway, so. I
prefer
feel,
5 feet for bike, but in all honesty, that's a lot. Put 5 feet on either side, plus the 2 travel lanes.
Yeah.
It's a
I
lot.
just wanted to.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. I'll let it.
With all the work that's gonna be done during the demolition of the old bridge, is that pedestrian bridge gonna be able to stay open the entire time for access back and forth onto the island?
so,
During demo, you're saying?
Yeah, during
Yeah,
demo.
probably not.
no, it would be, I mean, I think I don't know if it would be closed for the duration of it, and especially if we're able to work out something with Great River Hydro where the demolition can happen much faster, then it would be less of an issue, but it could. I think we would, you know, if they're lifting anything out, we would want to keep pedestrians away from it, but I don't know as if there would be a reason it couldn't be opened back up
Yeah, I guess.
in between, you know, sort of risky construction activities. So as part of this project, we're gonna have we call them T-PARs, so a temporary pedestrian access route, is that that's the acronym? So there will basically be like a traffic control plan for pedestrians. So if that's not accessible, then I think we would have an alternate route to direct pedestrians, basically like a pedestrian detour route. If that is not accessible at times during construction. Okay.
Some people who live in apartments up in the downtown area, they park over. And if pedestrian access is closed.
Yeah.
I mean, they don't need, you know, it's an issue of how far. they're gonna walk, especially if it may be pedestrians that are coming from the senior housing. And it just needs to be kept.
Yeah.
The other question I had is where the new Depot Street turns to go across the railroad tracks, will both lanes have sufficient radius of the curve and area so that any tractor trailer truck will completely stay within its own lane when it's making that turn, coming or going?
You guys looked at turning movements.
We did, and I don't remember, but
On this turn, is this the turn you're asking about?
I'm not seeing your mouse yet.
This one?
Yeah,
Yes.
I think this one was okay.
Did you expect that for 53 foot? I thought that's what the conversation was.
yeah.
The turning movement that we were concerned about is turning right onto the bridge.
Right.
Yeah.
And I think the rest of, I think what we also looked at, I think with this one, and I think Ryan Forbes might have done the auto turn checks. I thought the concern with this was the Greyhound buses, because they're so long and their axles are fixed. I thought the concern here was Greyhounds, but
I
they
mean,
were
it's good
okay.
point. The bus is the worst one because they got the dualies and the single axle and they're not articulated, so.
Yeah.
You remember, Ryan? I know we did it a while ago.
That intersection didn't really give us too many problems. I know that the Greyhound buses typically park on the area to the right that were not shown in color here.
Right, correct.
But we did check that intersection for tractor trailers and the Greyhound buses. There might have been a little bit of encroachment in the other lane, but I don't think it was a major, you know, it wouldn't collide with another car coming the other direction there. Or anything like that.
I would suggest that gets looked at really closely because you've got two-way traffic happening in that. I mean, it's not one way anymore. I mean, people are coming and going. And if a tractor trailer, that was kind of my question about the bridge. I mean, the bridge is built in anticipation of tractor trailer traffic.
Yeah.
Because I believe there will be some.
Yeah.
And that corner does look a little treacherous along with the railroad track. You know, I mean, that could be a real mess.
It's almost like that bump out has to be taken out so that you get a bigger turn radius.
Yeah, we
I
can-
know that the bridge over here, if you ever watch track trailers on the Arch Bridge, the Collie Arch Bridge, they're always in the other lane. They
Oh,
can't
yeah.
make that
Well,
corner.
I mean, we'll definitely revisit this and just
So,
make sure and we can.
That was the main contention of building this type of bridge or putting it in the other slot, they're just replacing the old bridge. Because the turn radius isn't big enough. Wow, okay.
Yeah,
So we'll go,
Yeah.
we'll spend more money, get the same problem.
Yeah.
so.
no, I think, I mean, we'll certainly,
look at it,
I think it's been a little bit since we've looked at it, so it's not fresh on folks' mind, but it's a great point and we'll make sure to take a look at that and we can get some information back to Scott on that.
Yeah, and the other thing to note is this is a stop condition. So as you come from over the canal, you have to stop. And the intent there is so that you stop and you look at the railroad signals and you don't block that whole thing, which is why we had parallel parking there, because if a tractor trailer is sitting there and the train comes and you're stuck on those
That's right.
parallel parking
That's
sites.
that's
So,
another contention.
so that's why we made them parallel as opposed, we could have made them 90, but we trap in air quotes more people in, right? If there was a 53-foot trailer there, so better to do that. But coming the other way, because we don't want you stopping on the railroad tracks, it's a through movement. You don't stop, you come down and around the corner and keep going. So,
And even if the movement just barely works there, it looks like we could maybe even shove those. We have some room, it looks like. to
oh, we got all
shove
kinds
those
of room.
spots,
We
to
can do all
even,
kinds of things.
you know, maybe just widen that up a little bit, even if, you know, so we're not threading the needle. So no, that's great feedback and we'll certainly.
Yeah.
take a look at
I will say too, that I think the auto turn is a little on the conservative side for the turning movements. I mean, we definitely want to design something that works for it, but if we can do an auto turn, like, I believe the thought there is like a driver can make it work a lot more easily in the field than we can with the program.
Is it possible to put more parking in that lot if you did not do that design, but you went to a traditional design? Because parking is always a concern. Everybody's always asking about additional parking. So if that's a potential, I'm not as concerned about people trapped in there for a train movement as I am just having additional spaces for parking for whatever activity.
So the concern about doing a perpendicular, so they pull in perpendicular traffic, was they would have to back into traffic. And we didn't like that.
And I think there, you did look at some diagonal spots on the top of on the northern parking parallel spots. Those, I think you did look at those diagonal, but I think backing out of it, at least the ones closer to the turn, the sight distance, I think would be not great there. If somebody were coming around the corner quick, so.
I don't know if you've seen our square, people here used to turn blindly
Yeah.
out of parking spaces.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's a little local nuance.
Yeah.
Just because people are used to it doesn't mean we're comfortable designing.
Just throwing it out there, that's all. It won't be unusual, put it that way.
Yeah.
She's on a roll. so.
And I just got one more question, and that is, where is the force main for the sewer coming from North Walpole in relationship to where the bridge, the bridge abutments? And will it create any problems for future maintenance by Bellows Falls Village of that force main?
It's behind the abutment. It's further. So it comes underneath the bridge here, and then it goes back toward into the island a little more. So it's behind.
It's farther into the parking lot.
Yeah, it goes into the parking lot because we had the same concern. 'Cause we didn't want to drive piles through it. That would have been a bad day. So it actually goes further into the island away from the canal proper.
How
So
many feet?
I can tell you, we have it plotted based on the information we got from the plans, but I don't know off the top of my head.
Do you have that, Kelly, the preliminary plans? For the utility?
I have the utility plans open. Do they show water and sewer? Yes, they do. We're talking about the sewer line right here.
Yep.
Okay. I'll draw a line just so folks not looking at my screen can see it, but somewhere there. That's probably hard to see too. I can make it bigger.
Oh, it's 10, it's more than 10, because that's a whole approach section there.
Yeah, it's about 25 feet behind the abutment.
20, yeah.
That's a non-separate line. Yeah.
Those utilities come from North Walpole.
Yes.
That sewer line.
And so what runs from North Walpole through there? I mean, there's more than one. There's a sewer and what else?
Just, I think we'll just,
We don't do water for North Walpole, just sewer.
we don't supply water, it's just sewer. Then it crosses over to the pump station, it's just, right there on the corner of the old bridge.
The edge of the driveway, or edge of that, right?
Are you finished over there, man?
Yes, I am.
Max?
Yeah, hi. Gary Fox, Development Director in Rockingham. And it's just looking at the lease for that parking lot from the state from 1975. And it indicates that the town is responsible for everything. So it seems to include stuff like contamination. It talks about town being responsible for digging up old Boston and Maine Railroad track and anything found. It's pretty inclusive language. But in terms of the contamination, that lease was for 10 years. So I'm guessing it repeats in 10-year increments. And if the state wanted to either deed the land to the town or do a 99-year lease, the state, well, it's not eligible for EPA funding, the town is, and depending on the end use, they do sometimes recognize the 99-year lease. And so say there's benches on the green spots and it still remains a park like it is now. It's possible that the town will be able to secure 80% funding on that $170,000 for the cleanup.
Yep. Yeah, and again, I'm hoping to get started on our plans and titles phase of right away here in the next couple months and really start to sort out how that's going to work and what is, like you said, is it a lease or is there a transfer of ownership? And then I think we can start to figure out, and really dive in and try to get a tighter number on the contaminated soils. We're certainly going to do everything we can to limit how much of it we get into. I think like for the existing parking lot, it was basically just taking the pavement off and repaving it. So we're not gonna dig out 18 inches of it and put down new sub base. We're just gonna take the pavement off and repave it. So, try to limit how much. Yeah, just to try to control the cost as much as we can while still giving you a good product as well. Hopefully in the next, throughout the next year, when we really get into this right away phase, we'll have a better answer and can sort of talk about the approach there of the funding for that, if there are some funding opportunities.
So timing wise, the EPA grants come up once a year and they're due around October. So if we can work with you in that time frame, August, September, developing the application, then yeah, that would be very beneficial.
Yeah, I would think as we get into throughout the next 6 months, we should really have a pretty good idea of where things are at here, and then that should get ahead of your deadline in 2023, I hope. So, yeah, good to know though.
And is there enough room in those the green spots where there's trees to have some benches like there are now?
I don't know if have we looked at that. There is quite a bit of green space, yeah, at the north there where we were going to put some trees, but there's I guess there's a paved walkway through there now that we were eliminating. So I think there is some real estate there that there's an opportunity there. And were we planning to look at that as well as part of the landscape architect will also. So we'll go up with a proposal and seek feedback from the town.
And so then we're calling it a park and not a parking lot, right?
Right. Yeah. Yep.
Okay, any other further questions from anybody? Seeing none, thank you gentlemen for coming down. Kelly, Stan.
Great.
I guess we're all set.
Great.
Thank you so much.
We'll wait with
Appreciate it.
bated breath for further information.
Yeah.
Excuse me, Peter.
Online question.
Well, we have
Okay.
someone on
We
Zoom.
can't see-
I'm sorry, yeah,
the host still
we're-
has the picture up.
Yeah.
Oh,
Kelly's
I'm
got-
sorry. Yeah, so it looks like Jamie has a question on Zoom. Sorry, I forgot that I was just still sharing screen. I thought you guys could see that.
No, I really appreciate the presentation, but understanding that we're all trying to be conservative with numbers, I do appreciate the presentation, but obviously there's a lot of homework to be done. Some of it, I heard earlier in the conversation that there'd been some core boring done, like 8-inch core boring on the abutments. And Matt Cole's concern with how long we were going to have to take everything out of service, lower the water, and that cost at 1.5 as a conservative number. What's the contract going to look like for the contractor that actually gets in there to do the saw cutting and everything? If we find something, you know, that we didn't expect once the water's lowered, how is that contract going to read to whether Rockingham has to pick that cost up, mechanical breakdowns? Does the contractor pay for that if there's delays in that with the water being lowered and the loss of generation?
Yeah, so I think generally, again, this is not a typical situation we come across, but normally when we do our accelerated bridge projects, we give the contractor a defined period of time. Maybe it's 2 weeks, maybe it's 28 days, but they have a period of time in there that they're allowed. And, you know, if, I guess in this case, well, in those cases, we have an incentive disincentive. So if they finish early, they get an incentive. If they finish late, they get a disincentive. Here, since there is a lot of money on the line, you know, maybe we'll, you know, do something similar where if they can be really efficient, get in and out of there, it's going to save everybody money, right? So this isn't something we've done, but I just sort of, you know, brainstorming, it seems like we could do a similar type thing here. If they get in there and find what we call differing site conditions, something that they couldn't have anticipated when they bid the job, then that would sort of, there's a process for that in our spec book where if they encounter something they wouldn't have been able to anticipate, then there is a chance there that there could be additional costs.
Right. I understood there could be, but how is that going to be defined? Because right now the town of Rockingham doesn't understand that, neither does the contractor that's paying for this. So how do we, you know, address that prior to moving forward?
Yeah, these are things we sort out in the final design phase. So we're just getting started on that, and we haven't started any contract language yet. So I don't have a great answer for you aside from, you know, this is a significant risk to the project, and we recognize that we need to work it out and make sure the contract it covers us and it's clear what the expectations are. So I know that's not a great answer, but basically we just haven't really got to that point yet.
But I think generally speaking, we would tell the contractor that we have a construction expert. So we would talk with our construction expert. He would say, if I was doing this job, because he is a contractor, it would take me X number of days. So let's say it takes 2 weeks, 14 days. So if we thought it was a 14-day job, we would then go and negotiate with Great River Hydro. But because we don't want to be, if the contractor doesn't finish in 14 days, there's a problem, right? They could get charged a disincentive, but Great River Hydro is like, we're making power. I mean, as they should, right? We said 14 days. So in reality, we probably say we're going to do like 28 days. And so the idea would be that we would have to pay them for 28 days of lost generation. And that would happen when the lost generation occurs. And then we would have to have a certain amount of money set aside for a scarcity event, which to your point, it is $30,000 an hour if they call. We're trying to mitigate that because there is ISO New England. I've talked to some people in the electrical world that said they're hard to negotiate with, but we do want to try in that avenue because it'd be nice to say if we could get rid of that risk, that's 30 grand an hour we don't have to worry about. I guess the other thing is we're going to try to do this work like in June, so after high water, but before we get into July and August where it gets hotter and the ACs come off, so we can avoid that. So there's certain things we can do, but we just got to figure that all out and understand what's reasonable. But to your point, the contract will have certain language in it that tells the contractor, this is when you need to demo the bridge, you know, starting on this date, and this is when you need to be done demoing the bridge. And we could put in a disincentive of some sort to make sure that they are motivated to do that. But that's sort of more general. We really, as Bob said, we got to really get into the weeds.
Okay, and I appreciate that. I've been in the nuclear industry for 28 years, so I understand the ISO and the impact of lost generation. So my next question would be, giving us a good product with just removing asphalt and the contamination of 370,000 is what the best guess and conservative. What happens if we find out that we don't have base? Have we done core bore drilling already? As with the bridge abutments, to say that we have a good firm understanding of what's underneath the asphalt currently?
Yeah, I mean, there have been a number of borings taken throughout.
Yeah, I can ask about that. I mean, we were concerned, we really took soil samples, but we know we should have the soil samples under, you're talking about the parking lot on the island. And yes, we should have borings for that because we took multiple borings because we have to do a certain sampling program in order to meet guidelines for Vermont DEC.
And just to clarify, when I was talking about just removing pavement, I was talking about just the parking lot. The new road will have all new subbase.
18 inches of new subbase.
That's carrying heavy traffic load, so that needs to, I was more referring to the southern parking lot area where, you know, we had initially just looked at cold planing off an inch, you know, inch and a half or 2 inches and repaving it. But since we're going to be trenching through a lot of it for utilities, if we do that, you know, over time, there could be some settlement. So since we're really, you know, unless there's any obvious problems with that existing parking lot happening, I think the idea would just be looking at our borings that we have. But if there's no obvious issues there in the parking lot, that was more what I was referring to, of just removing pavement and repaving.
No, I appreciate that. I just didn't want any surprises with the 370,000 conservative for soil contamination that could come up. And just the last one with the galvanized finish. Has there been any EPA studies or anything with the residual wash off of galvanized over water or anything like that? Because I know it's conservative. It's a concern in my industry where we don't have anything exposed to, you know, the waterways or anything now, just with galvanized coating. It's just something that, you know, nuclear is above and beyond that. You know, we have all painted surfaces and nothing galvanized.
Yeah, not that I'm aware of. We have a lot of galvanizing is our go-to for a lot of bridges if we can't make weathering steel work. So it's nothing I've heard of. You can certainly look into it, but not that I'm aware of. Not I've heard any issues there.
All right, thank you for everybody for the details and everything, and some great historical pictures presented tonight. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Jeremy.
Thank you.
Scott, Pickup, I will stop sharing my screen so you can take back control. Oops. Let's see. Keeps moving. There we go.
Okay. Awesome. So I want to make this one of the big unknowns is the power generation and how much that's going to cost. But one way or another, we're looking at taking down that bridge, establish that that arch needs to come down. So no matter what option go with or would have gone with, we know that that concrete arch has to come down 100%. There's no option to just leave it there because it would have eventually just deteriorated
And then
come down.
be
So,
responsible if anything
yeah.
fell into the canal. And
that would not be good.
Okay, we all set with this?
Thank you, everyone.
Thank
Thank you,
you.
guys. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys. Very exciting. Thank you, Kevin.
Next item on the agenda is consideration of chart for cemetery commission. There is
Are
a,
we recording this? Because at one point it said there was no recording.
I think it's got to be fixed.
Yeah, I have not heard back from Fact TV. They're still on.
In your packet, there is a brief